might just need drag try-in therapy.
I don't think the rest of the party is prepared for this.
Nope. Absolutely not.
It's like these four all just get up and walk out of the room.
Say, alright, Claire's on it. Time to go.
That's the funniest part, is like watching the reactions that's gonna happen.
I'll be honest, Harx might stand up and try and follow him. You're like, can I go with you guys?
Need some music.
Music!
I like music.
I like the music.
Moto.
Moto likes you.
Oh my god.
I like
That was kind of horrifying.
Yeah, it was almost a little too accurate. Don't do that.
I hear things enough, I can semi-mimic like a parrot.
Anyways.
Hi, friends.
It's starting out great, guys. Oh my goodness, let's see. Last time you guys had arrived in this big plane of wonderfulness. You met up with a shifter, Vicky, who you found out is related to Ace in some way. As well as that some of her family was around. There was a lot of talking last time. Let's see. Harx went to see his peoples that were still here. Found out some information. Which I still don't know how he's processing that yet.
Claire could find out.
These four are just gonna go have a meeting by themselves.
Goodbye. Have fun.
Yeah, and I believe there was trying to figure out what the next move was gonna be.
Yeah.
You guys are just finished telling them basically what's been going on and what you know.
Because all they basically were told was, hey, there's gonna be some stuff, here's the plan, and survive.
Yeah, and you have no idea if there's any others like that, or if you guys were the only ones given that note.
Yeah.
Because technically, I will give you this for the people RPing others here. Technically, you guys didn't even know you were going to meet up with each other. Until you all showed up here.
Good. Which I'm sure brought some relief.
Yeah.
But also a lot of like, oh no.
Who knows what they planned? Who knows how many survived?
Yeah.
I love throwing the little twist in that not all of your kids survived.
I know.
It's fine.
I mean, it works. It fits with the world and how everything is. It doesn't make it any less, but.
So yeah, you've had plenty of time to think about what your next move is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ethan is implying that we need to figure out who would be the first target. Essentially.
Who to go after first? Okay, this is player basically running down the reminder of who all is like in the wide ethernet of like who we need to deal with outside of big bad dragon thing. We can't deal with that yet.
You had demigod.
Yes, we've got...
You've got the
Elves.
elves. Well, the elf,
Oh,
you
yeah.
only know of one.
Elf,
You don't actually
yeah.
know if you don't know if there's like any
Yeah.
of his family.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know anything about that just yet, but that's touchy subject, touchy subject.
You currently have Jason on your side, but you're not sure if he's gonna stick there or not yet.
Mhm.
And 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Because they were each doing different, like, had different
Yeah.
islands. There
Yeah,
was a
so-
fourth one you didn't know who that was because they've never actually revealed themselves.
Yeah, there's just somebody floating out there.
But you know that they've each resided on one of the islands of the 4
Right.
islands that surround this one. And then the dragon has also resided on one of those islands, which is the northern one, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm. I'm zooming out to look at the map over on things. Okay, so a demigod, an elf that's a mad scientist and has abominations upon abominations.
Mhm.
And a random 4th person, because currently we've got a temp truce with Puppeteer and everybody.
Yeah. As long as he still gets to see his son. Doesn't have any issues with the wizard.
Yeah. So that is very tentative temp peace situation.
That is a very thin line of that can go wrong very quickly.
Yes. So we have to keep an eye on that. But it's currently fine. We can't do anything about the 4th until we find them.
Well, you know where the others reside, you just know the 4th is
Yeah.
on the other island. You
Yeah.
know that you caused problems, but you're not sure what their role is.
Yeah, we don't know what they've broken yet.
At best, they're
So-
probably part of the destruction. That's your best guess.
Mm-hmm.
So basically the options are we do recon to try and figure out who the 4th is and what they're up to. Or we start going to dismantle things.
Well, you have a few ways to figure out. 2 of them, at least.
My brain is processing information because I did have weeks to think about this. However, I was also working.
Well, for the demigod, you have both Asher and the puppet.
Mm-hmm.
You have, for the elves, you've currently got a bit of a truce with the daughter.
True. And we don't
Yeah.
know if he has people locked up in there, depending on who he's got locked up and has been messing with. We might have other allies buried in there.
Mm-hmm. You don't know.
Part of me really kind of just wants to do the elf. Not that phrasing. Gods, my brain just clicked in.
Does Reyan say that?
Yeah, not that way,
I
because that was a
know.
spire. That was a spire phrasing.
I'll be honest, I didn't even think of
I
it
didn't
the
either.
dirty way until you said it.
That's how we know we
Corruption has
corrupted
taken
her.
hold.
It's fine.
I like how only a spire thought of it that way.
To be
first.
fair, the only reason I thought about it that way is because my quote popped up about doing things with an elf boy, and like that's the only reason my brain went there. Oh,
I wasn't even reading
You're lucky
chat.
this particular player is in character mode for when that becomes relevant.
but yes, Reyan will mention it might be beneficial to deal with the elf problem. Who
Yes,
knows what he's. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Uh, who knows who he's got trapped somewhere, and we do have somebody that can probably help us out, right? Harx.
Well, you say that. You know, this has been a very, very tentative alliance. And I use the word alliance loosely as well. How would you feel, being if your father was a psychopath who went through and, you know, experimented on people and, you know, you were raised in that situation, so you saw it as normal. Just because you don't like being told what to do, you think you're going to be okay with someone attacking your father?
But
By all means.
definitely,
Go ahead.
it would definitely get rid of a big part of their group.
And potentially stop any research into anything helping them.
You speak as you have contact with them.
Someone, yes. Someone who might just hold my life in their hands, technically.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
Anything you
So,
can tell me about them?
well, the elf's daughter is the individual in question. Does not like being told what to do by her father. Does not agree with him on certain aspects. However, that doesn't change that he is her father.
If she has
How'd you come to know her?
Good.
Yeah. How did you come to know her?
Well, intercepted her attempt to experiment on a dragon. I'm feeling a little punched. Is there anywhere I can get a glass of water or something?
I'd probably point to wherever the kitchen would be, I guess.
Thank you. One moment. I'll continue that.
Your friend is a little strange.
Have him go.
Yeah, I know. We all know, actually.
I do have a question, though.
Hmm.
Have you ever confirmed that the souls this dragon devours are actually gone, or are they just trapped?
That's all I've ever been told. I don't know if anyone's really been able to figure it out. He kind of glances back over, like, by Mihi, where his mom probably is. That would be something everyone that dealt with him before would know more about, I think. Maybe even Ace might know more information about it.
Technically, no, because even he is not sure if they're, like, able to revive anyone. Remember, they've said they've attempted.
Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right.
The only people they know they probably could do is people who didn't get directly attacked by the dragon.
He'll explain that.
Well, that is the difference then. If they're trapped, there's still a chance.
Is there a way to figure that kind of thing out?
Now, first you have to figure out how to pull souls out of it.
That's a little intimidating.
So where was it? Right. So technically,
He's just
as I said, I intercepted their attempts to experiment on a dragon, and, well, I offered myself up as the experiment instead.
Aha! No kidding!
It's hard to tell considering you're a changeling.
He will set the glass of water on the table and kind of slide it towards Finn as the water is probably frozen.
Right.
Hey look, Frost, he's got tricks like you!
Yeah, except I don't have to be right next to you to freeze you.
Nah.
Don't mind me just rolling a decision and don't. Listen. I take it you were given options then?
Options are a loose term.
He didn't exactly give anybody else a choice.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've been forced into making multiple decisions I didn't want to, and, well, figured I'd keep another one off the table for you all. Alright.
You see text appear in front of all of you. You're a gloomy
I'm staring.
group.
Faye looks back over at Dusk. I mean, could be worse.
Shrugs.
We're dealing with a lot. It's not intentional.
Flap in the background blinking because, suddenly word.
Like, wait a minute. Oh, God, what? Fuck. Well, perhaps we may be gloomy because we... Well, at least some of us, maybe. Or to look at the reality of the situation. While also bearing a bit of hope. But the reality is there.
You know, if there's anything I learned from my father, my uncles, and the rest of that freaking family, they gave no shits of what reality was.
To be fair, some of your uncles and your family in general, I question whether or not they actually knew what reality was.
Yeah, but they always pulled stuff off, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Well, I mean, to be fair, whether we view the darker side of reality or not, we still have managed to be somewhat successful. Minus pointing at Reyan. That one falling victim to being a bone spider attempted meal.
There's been
Whoop.
our share of deaths.
Fortunately, it's kind of a close friend of a lot of our families. We don't like it, but we're comfortable with it. Also, when your parents kind of preside over a portion of that process, it's a little less scary.
You know, I still question how you find that woman scary.
Clearly, she stayed out of your business. Which is actually somehow more surprising.
More, I think I pissed her off to the point she doesn't want to be around me.
Oh no, what did you? Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, you don't.
See, this is going to be funny because as a player, I don't remember what happened. I just remember she was extremely pissed at him.
I'm trying to remember too. It was a while back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
So,
was. I'm
and this is
trying to
gonna be-
remember exactly, but it
Oh.
had to do with, like, he basically, like, berated and blamed and guilted her, and she was like, no.
Possibly, but this is going to make this even funnier. To be quite honest, I don't remember exactly what I did. However, I might have said some things that were, in my viewpoint, truth, and I don't think she likes hearing the truth.
There is a difference in truth and how it's handled. I think the only person that ever could talk to my mother without pissing her off was Uncle Lucky. And even that was...
At best, she got
50-50.
frustrated with him.
Yeah.
He always knew
even-
how to talk to people down.
Yeah. So, don't take her, anger or wrath personally. There's a lot. There's a lot.
Trust me, I don't take it personally at all. To be quite honest, I really don't care.
I see why she was mad at you now.
Yep.
Right. So back to subject though. If you're committed to going after these elves first, I lost the voice already, motherfucker. If you're committed to going after these elves first, is your contact open for dialogue?
I don't know, Harx. Is she open for dialogue?
Well, I'll restate my argument that I just stated earlier. No matter how much she disagrees with her father or does not like every facet of what he does, it's still her father.
We don't know what her stance is on betraying him.
Exactly. It does not matter how negative you may view a family member or have negative views of what they do. But in the end, if it comes down to strangers or family,
Well, it could be the difference between rebelling and betray.
Mm-hmm. Because there is a difference, a very slim difference.
So as for the opening dialogue part, that is where that stands. And I have no way of knowing whether or not what she did to me has any way of being controlled. Just because she said there wasn't, I have my own mind, doesn't mean it's true. After all,
Yes.
she's very much into experimenting as her father's.
There's nothing wrong with talking, though.
Yes,
And
that would be discussing with her normal topics and seeing what her views are on things.
And also, I should probably stop by there soon again.
Oh. Oh.
Well, I am an experiment of hers, and our home and family is not a target currently, as long as I keep my end of the bargain, which is allow her to see what developments have happened with said experiment.
So, a regular checkup then.
Precisely.
I see.
Kind of sounds like any medical science to me. Scientist to me.
That's true.
So kind of leans on the arm of her chair. Also, just kind of a point of fact, family doesn't always mean like a whole lot to some people. It's a very thin thread sometimes, and from what you said, like there's already a little tension. So it's possible she could be persuaded. Especially if she likes experimenting, wouldn't it make sense to try and offer her more experimenting? For you guys?
Because if people are willing.
I chose to do what I so that nobody else would have to be affected.
They're not exactly trustworthy people.
Based on what you know or what you assume?
Based on history.
Do you know them personally?
Not me personally, no, but my parents had a issue with them. And I use the term very, very loosely.
With your contact or their father?
Father. And it spread to most of the family except for two that live in our group now.
Well, wouldn't they be the ones to ask about their brother or family. You didn't mention their brothers.
Probably. They probably have a lot more insight to how things might be. And who knows, maybe Cal could talk to his niece, Harx?
Oh, yes. And what's stopping the fact that he could have... Oh, let's see. What are the chances that all of this has been a ruse in order to draw out the remaining siblings?
Then we don't bring all of them.
Shouldn't we also mention that figured out where she went and sent somebody to watch her?
Oh, right. There was that, wasn't there?
Yeah, Julius was with you when that was found out.
Reyan is still annoyed about the whole situation.
Sorry, brain died. Wait, what?
Julius, which they L. The girl I was sent there to watch over.
Right. Right, yes. There's also the fact that there's an individual watching her for her father.
You know, no one keeps an eye on someone they trust.
Especially not parents, I gotta tell ya. Yeah, it's again another 50-50 shot. That is quite the bump. Babysitters are difficult to handle.
Right, because, well, we don't know if they're... We won't truly know if they're there or not, because... Oh, right, they're a changeling.
Good to
So
know.
they can be disguised any number of ways.
There's ways around that, you know.
It's comfort.
Hmm?
He just looks at her. That's comforting, considering that's my number one asset to enter places or...
True sight counters all disguises.
Well... Sorry, guys. No point in me disguising myself if we're around people that can do magic.
Not everyone gets access to the spell. That doesn't mean there aren't items out there. Our dad had a pair of glasses, actually, that just had it.
Well, that's case in point. You don't know if there's an item that an individual may have, or what an individual's capabilities are.
It's rather rare, though.
Yeah, it's a high-level spell. Not an
Yeah, the
easy
components
enchantment.
aren't exactly easy to get these days either. As she pulls out like a tiny slip of paper where she's actively writing down these things.
See, but that's also the problem. It's not easy for us. Who's to say they don't have everything?
Well, that's why you work off assumption. You assume and plan for the worst case scenario.
Right. I will throw the most worst case scenario out there. They already know where we are and are sending an army that way.
I mean, yeah, technically that's a good way to shake off the nerves.
No,
Prepare
because
for
it's
the
innocent
worst.
lives at where we're staying.
Your innocent lives and the reality.
I wouldn't say that.
We've all had to do questionable things in the name of greater good or good in general. That doesn't mean you're not innocent.
Innocence is a pure view of the world. Things still bring joy and happiness. You don't see the evils of. There's no innocence left in this world except those who came after.
Silk looks over at Dusk. Okay, you were right. They're gloomy. They're extremely gloomy.
Yeah, he's just nodding. I... Hmm. You know...
Does
Hmm?
Would Clara be aware of anyone that's like remotely talented in any kind of alchemical thing in this room?
Alchemical?
Yes. Specifically when
Uh,
it comes to ointments and stuff.
Mm.
Wait. Sorry.
I mean-
where's his-
Ointments and stuff? That'd probably be like Ethan's or Frost's expertise. Because they're both,
Yeah.
like, Ethan's still kind of a druid-ish class.
Yeah.
And Frost is a druid.
Yeah.
Right.
They might have some expertise in some poisons, but like that's about it.
Different skill sets for everybody.
Who would spend more time with Clara in the medical wing?
Probably out of the people there would probably be her husband, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause Dusk is a sorcerer, so he does, like, different kinds of concoctions.
Hmm. Clara's gonna hand that piece of paper she wrote stuff on over to Frost.
Hmm.
You wouldn't happen to know what our stocks are on this, would you? And component cost for trucing.
Offhand, no, but I can go find out.
I appreciate it.
Unless you guys need him to stay, he'll get up and go try to figure that out.
No. I think that's alright.
For now, I'll just set him over here because he walked off.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind Claire, just she's preparing things.
Okay, so question for your group and things of this nature. If you don't go after the elf, the other option is this demigod that seemed to be a problem, and then also potential number 4. And I'm going to guess that you also have the worst case scenario already lined up for those two as well, and reasons why you probably shouldn't, right?
Right.
On the
So-
demigod's case, chances are you'll only be dealing with him.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't exactly the most social of them.
Mom didn't like him. Which might actually be in your favor. I wouldn't imagine that You wouldn't get aid from, well, basically anybody that was former Raven Queen.
Didn't he have a wife or something? She's still around?
I don't know, actually.
That information is very much unknown.
If she is, he's probably keeping her hidden. Or safe, at least. Hate to say it, but that's something you should figure out. Everyone has a weakness after all.
And if it's not well protected, well, it is easily taken. That's not to say that she doesn't have her own, definitely keep an eye on it. A lot of this is you'll have to poke around.
Learn what they'll do if something were to happen.
And the question is, what channels are there for finding out?
You know, may I offer another, not suggestion, but another viewpoint of this?
Go on.
Well, we find out his wife is alive, and that's his weakness. Well, what happens to someone when they no longer have anything to lose?
I feel like Faye and Ethan kind of exchange looks like,
Well, then you don't give him that option. Use her as a collateral in a sense.
Maybe we should just sick his father on him.
That seems very dangerous.
If he hasn't dealt with them by now, are you sure that he would be willing?
Well, you know what they say, the people, the gods technically aren't able to intervene.
No, that's why they typically send
People like
others.
us.
People like you, people like my parents.
People that can bleed and die.
Which makes me wonder how much of a threat he is right now. He might have people that he'll send instead.
Possible.
I guess it all depends if he still follows all the rules.
Or if he's made up new ones.
Even a demigod can become a god with enough power.
And enough people.
It's like fear was a good motivation.
So he may not be by himself.
Oh, I doubt any of them are.
I still think the elf might be technically our safest one to start poking at.
Could do research on all of them. Much as you can get, then decide. But we will need to know how to help you.
It's asking a lot. We don't even know how to help ourselves, to be honest.
Well, then we'll figure out someone to send with you and they'll figure it out for you.
I don't know if that's too biased.
Well, we were already needing to send somebody down there to assess the situation anyways.
You don't understand what I'm meaning. You may never see them again. Points at Zach. This group has a habit of collecting.
That sounds familiar.
I feel
Trust
like
me, I'm
both.
well aware.
I feel like he like waves and Julius is just like rubbing his head like, yeah, I kind of got roped into this accidentally as well.
And, well, trust me, I'm well aware of that past group's very good way of collecting individuals as well. Well, other good news.
People with a good heart tend to adopt those who need the most, right?
Reyan just kind of smiles at that.
Well, I will say going after the elf probably is a good idea. I think Ace has been wanting to go after him for a while. Bit of a personal grudge.
Might I make a recommendation in that case? Try to work up more off what you know. Assumptions will have you thinking for hours.
Isn't that what we were just sitting here doing with everything else? Making assumptions. Like whether or not her daughter will help, or his daughter will help. Whether or not he's alone.
Do or do not. I'll leave that to you.
Well, he'll just use the same to push himself up from the table. Well, I guess it's decided. The elf is probably the safest first bet. Unless there's anything else, I'm going to see myself from this conversation for any more talk-arounds happen, and we inadvertently somehow decide to go after the fucking dragon.
We're not going to do that.
Oh, we almost just went after a fucking demigod instead of an elf.
I mean, you're gonna have to fight the demigod eventually.
Oh yes, hopefully when we're much stronger we can handle one. Even though the elf is probably much more powerful than us, it still offers us the larger margin for survival.
Don't ever count yourself out, especially not when you have allies.
Okay, let me rephrase. This is a demigod that is partially invested in the domain of death. So,
And this is an elf that experiments on things and will probably send those after you before dealing with you himself.
I think I'd prefer to deal with experiments than death.
Kind of looks at Ethan. I forget how touchy people are about death until we start talking about it. Does that?
Unfortunately, we got too used to it.
Between I have no respect for this particular demigod. Don't get me wrong. I don't. So it's kind of hard for me to foresee any which way this goes, where something terrible doesn't happen to that man.
He leans down in between them and says it loud enough for them to hear. That's it. You mistake my unwillingness to go after him because of death as a personal reason. Well, it sort of is. I don't want the other fuckers to die. I could care less. I die putting that man in the ground.
Oh my god, they have one of those too.
Oh gods. Okay, you do realize that by doing that, that's going to get them killed more than actually them themselves.
I became a fucking chew toy to keep Reyan alive. A
And
chew
he was the one
toy
that died
for
first, right? That happened.
in a separate incident, yes.
But
Oh, that's right. He could have been killed in the mental prison of the son of the one who controls Limbo. That would have been a much better death.
You dwell way too much on the past. And that's what's going to
Do you
be
know
your
why?
downfall.
The past shapes who you are, who you will become.
It does. It also can be the reason that you'll fall.
you have no hope for a future. If you have nothing to look forward to, what's the point?
That broke up a little bit. Or never mind, that's just me. Never mind, continue.
Well, you say that. As I stated earlier, I do have a hope that we will succeed. But I look at the reality of it. We're in a very shit situation. And we're going to have a very shit time.
Then why not let someone else do it?
What would be the point? Have them be in the same scenario?
Well, then it's not you.
True. It's very true. Now stand up. How about we go let somebody else die? No, that doesn't sound like a great idea either.
Technically, I already died once.
Many, many years ago.
Okay, I like him. He's great. You need to calm down.
I came here for one specific reason. To be honest, well, yeah, I'll just be upfront about it. That didn't include being lectured. It included me doing the lecturing.
Your voice has been quiet this whole time. That's not how this works.
Faye just whips her head around like, what?
The rare talking boy, yeah.
What?
Oh no, I didn't know any of you people were here. I came here to look for my father. I had no inclination that any of you were even in this place.
Oh, then we did our job.
Yes, you did. You've been here for the last however many years. That's good, you've all stayed safe. I'm not going to rehash any of them. You did what your job was that set forth to you by those who gave you it. As I stated, I came here for a bit of closure. That closure, however, is not here. And as far as I'm aware, is still down there.
Faye just leans on the table. Then fight for your own life. Stop with this I'll die first nonsense. That's not how you get closure.
Well, wouldn't I be following my fucking father's footsteps then? Considering he ran back into carnage to try and find me and my mother. And
Guess you'll have to find out.
You're right. Maybe I should. He turns and walks away.
So, let me get this straight. He's angry because somebody didn't give up and tried to save him?
I'm also confused. It's been a long day for him. I'm sorry.
Julius follow him. I don't know.
I will look to Reyan a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna follow you, Harx. Not gonna let you wander off alone.
If at all possible, I'd like to speak with your group in private later.
Sure. I can't guarantee about Harx right now. But yeah, sure. What about?
Just- Fuck, how does she word that? Other events.
Oh gods.
Evens.
Thank you. Nothing terribly concerning.
Uh-huh.
Will
Sure.
we have an office here?
Sure, there can be a
Yeah.
random office she can use.
I'm sure there's like rotating, like, hey, I need to like
Yeah.
ABC room kind of thing. Like,
better question. Is there like a set clinical space of which she is often in?
On this island? No, because technically I remember she came from one of the other islands.
Right.
They just have special privileges to get there faster than most people.
Is there a library?
Yes.
She will inform people that she can be met at the library.
Okay.
Cool.
I think he ran off to get
That's-
books.
As soon as I see where the library is on this map.
Pick a
Pick a
spot.
room.
Yeah, just pick a
I
room.
just pick one.
I looked
That's
there as
library
far as
now.
once you said library.
Fuck it, that's library now.
Sure.
It has desks or something, and totally not a kitchen table.
Hang on, I'm
See,
trying to put him over
that's
here.
that's a
'cause he would've
book. Totally
probably
a
came over this
library
way.
here.
What was that? Jay?
I'm just gonna move him over here because he probably would have made his way over on the opposite side of the.
Yeah. He's definitely following you. He's keeping his distance, but he's not hiding from you.
Mhm.
Just trying to give you space. Right. I still say it wouldn't be a bad idea to send somebody down with you.
We would love to take somebody back, at least get some contact between places. Safely, of course. And also pass along messages.
Dusk will kind of look at Silk. Gives her this look of like, should we?
She kind of shrugs.
I mean, wouldn't be bad for them.
We'll have someone meet with you when you're ready to leave.
Okay. Thank you. I wish I could promise absolute safety.
They can handle themselves.
Trained with the best.
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
Right, guess we're staying here for a night or something. Just to kind of
Glances back where Harx went.
recover.
Good luck with that.
He's always like this.
Is that so?
I say always, it's majority of the time.
Do we have anyone that was like this?
I'm trying to remember.
Even Erenbor was optimistic, and he could be pretty gloomy.
Yeah?
I had to make the joke. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Claire seems
Mm.
to think for a moment.
know, if it was anyone, I would say it was probably, your parents. That could go straight from optimism to just downright depressing and don't do stupid shit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. That might also be where the clash came in.
Mhm.
There was also that. I think she called herself Umbra
Oh
to an
yeah.
extent.
Right. He was just like that.
There's a difference between
Furry was a little bit too.
yeah, but Turi was very logical, I suppose. And at least could be persuaded to like be optimistic.
Mm. Okay, so we do know a little bit of what you're going through.
Any advice? Eh.
Usually we could actually talk them down from that mood. Or someone could. Maybe you just haven't found the person that can.
Well, kind of glances back. I think the person that can just walked after him. It's very hit and miss these days. And also, semi glances back at me here and just is like,
Right. I think you having someone come with you will definitely change that.
Fully. We appreciate any help that we can get. That's for sure.
All I know is if these two are thinking of sending who I think they're sending, you guys are about to have quite a time. He kind of lowered his voice enough for like Reyan to hear them, not loud enough for the other two.
Yeah. Should I be worried? I'm not worried. No.
Have you ever had to deal with a hyper?
I mean, kind of like puts hand at child height. Child, maybe, but like,
Yeah, that sounds about right. Considering aging.
look, we can't control that.
Gets up, pat you on the shoulder on the way by. Good luck. Just like, okay, I'm out. Fuck this. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Good luck with all of that. Just gonna go that way.
This is probably about when Frost would actually get back. Right, I see we've been ditched.
They were apparently done, I guess.
That's normal. then he will come over. And those ingredients actually here are not hard to find.
Hmm.
So he was able to get those.
Right. Oh fuck, that only lasted an hour? Damn it.
Yeah, unless you're gonna try to enchant something with it.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if she knows how to enchant. Ethan kinda does, but probably not that high of a level.
Yeah, that's the thing. If she knows the spell, she would have to prepare it, but she knows it.
I think Frost knows it too, because I think druids get it.
Right. Cool.
I thought it was a much higher spell than 6th, for some reason. Seems really low for 6th level.
I think what fucked me up on is, like, I'm thinking Warlock is going like, shit, that's not something until you get past your capstone.
Yeah.
But then again, it's forever.
Hmm.
Warlocks, man. The fucking magical sugar babies, man, they get all the good shit.
Yeah, I mean, they could probably find someone, but they would need time to make it. So it's a matter of party would even stay that long, too.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it couldn't be given to them later.
Yeah.
Especially with a contact. They were losing drag.
Yeah, looks like it.
Well, shit.
Did the void consumeth
I think
completely?
it did, because he hasn't said anything.
Oh no!
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Nope. If they get caught up, and then ate him again.
Hmm. Well. Do. It's the, That can be the plan unless he's got another plan.
Hell.
Hell,
There he is. The void, it ate you.
Go from my 5 gigahertz internet to my 2.4 gigahertz internet.
Oh no.
That weird router shit. Or maybe my VPN, who the fuck knows? But while I'm joining that, our main thing was that with either enchanting for a later time or some kind of spell storage type shenanigans.
Spell storing, the only issue with that is that it is like a one use.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might be easier to have them work on it. Because they can actually have trial and error doing it with the supplies than...
Yeah.
And figure out who to give it to later.
Yep. Yeah. With that... Right, so I'll be spending a fair amount of time in the library if you need me, and... Be sure you point out that it was only a request, I'm not demanding a meeting. Looking at Reyan.
I will try, but yeah.
Might be calmed down by the time we meet up with her.
Hopefully.
Very well. She'll just nod respectfully and get up to walk out to the library. Ew, this internet is just slightly slower and I can feel it.
Oh, no.
When your internet is that much slower, you can just feel it.
Yeah.
Right. So, I guess feel free to wander the city or do whatever you're gonna do while you're here.
Yeah, thank you. Again.
If you need anything, we'll stick around for a little bit. And he'll kind of give a wave and he'll probably head off to probably outside, to be honest. He's been stuck inside too long. He wants to go outside.
Fair.
Nature boy needs nature.
Yeah.
I think we should go grab the contact and give them the rundown.
Yeah. I'll get up.
Just stands and cat stretch. Well, it was nice meeting you all. Mostly. Good luck.
Gives wave and walks off. Wherever they would go to get back quickly. There's no reason why they're not specifying.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Why am I so concerned all of a sudden?
They seem to think that this person will help.
Yeah. Guess that's all we can really hope for.
Kind of looks between you and Mihi. What do we do now?
Well, kind of scratches the back of his head. We either wait for Harx here, or we could, I guess, go wander a little. I don't know. I don't know what to do in a safe place.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to check out how it all, how normal? Or is this normal?
I don't know.
I think all three of us are probably needing a little lesson in that, huh? You wanna go try to figure out what normal is, Mihi?
Clear brain.
We're back into Mihi brain.
Listen. One person mentioned fetching books for me or something.
I guess
I
we
think.
could figure out where the library is. Isn't that where she checked this one, but you said there was another one, right? But yes.
Unsure. Flap Flap is unsure.
Which yes, she did say there was some here and there's another area she can check too. Are you guys gonna chill here? Are you gonna go try to see if you can catch up with Vicky, who left a while ago?
Yeah, might as well go catch up with Vicky. If nothing else, that's a good person to go like, we don't know how to normal. How do we normal?
She saw some of it, but for the most part, she grew up here, so.
Mhm.
To be fair, her version of normal was also a
Yeah.
base full of a very secluded base, so I guess it's not too different either way for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Onwards to normality.
Okay, I guess the better phrase is we don't know how to save.
Not just safe.
how
Blackwood
do
knows how
we
to save
I don't
a
know.
how
few
do we
thousand years
act
ago.
like how do we act like we're not about to get jumped every 5 minutes?
Mihi knows safe, equivalent to 2 million years ago, but safe.
What you doing there, Harx?
So, you would probably see him kind of, when he gets over there, he's not facing it.
Mm-hmm.
And, had a word thing. He's not facing him, but he can tell a slight shake. And he will probably be able to just make out as far as, very faint words, not really being able to tell what they are.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
It's just gonna walk up behind you and give you a hug.
They think they have a right. Sure, they're told to hide, told to people. Well, the rest of humanity that survived is still down there. Dying, trying to find a way to fix everything. It just stayed nice and cozy up here. Yet they think they have insight on what's going on down there.
Might not know what's going on right now, but it sounds like they've been through some pretty bad stuff before.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, this feels more like is more like the outcome had their group never succeeded in those past ones. Everything destroyed. Complete civilization's gone. That's what they knew. They knew success.
You regret having them keep it a secret?
No. And as for the comment that was made as I was leaving, being mad, they entirely misunderstand what I'm angry about. Not
Reyan.
angry. I'm not angry that he tried to come back. Not angry that. I'm angry because this entire time I thought anything that was left of that village was gone. It's been only within the last month that I have learned that there were survivors. It's been only within the last week and a half, 2 weeks, that I learned my father was still alive. only thing I'm mad is the secrecy of certain things.
What do you mean?
Those who are able to view the souls, able to tell you, are able to see if somebody's still alive. But there's also those that he's alive, that's what or, well, at the time I was told he was still alive, yet didn't realize he wasn't here. Still down there somewhere. So what is he? Trapped by someone, held captive. Possible experiment by the elf. Let's see. Could be dead at this point. But no, from their view, I don't have a reason. I should think optimistically. Yeah, well, optimism of thinking somebody was going to succeed is what got the world in the place it is. So maybe we needed a little bit of realism. Everybody could still fucking die.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry, kids. I don't think they don't know what loss is. Maybe
Oh,
not
no.
to this extent, but
They
like,
know what loss is. But you heard them. They understand it because they were.
stream went down for a second. There we go.
Oh shit.
Good.
They don't. I know they know what loss is. I know they're very well aware of it. However, just because they're comfortable with death does not mean others are. And they need to see that.
When you lose enough, you just accept it's something that happens.
Yeah, that's fair. I suppose.
Hard
Such
to
a shame.
explain. Hmm?
I've been up here for years. No real fear of being attacked. People able to live how they once did.
They were just doing what they were told to do.
What they were told to do at the time.
Was to wait for us.
You know, after somebody doesn't come for, maybe 10 years or more, you would assume probably a good idea to start trying to figure out why or what else could be going on.
I don't know exactly what they were told. That part you can't blame them for.
No, that's true.
If anything, you should probably blame the person who told them then.
Well, shit. You know what? Technically, that's me because I told Lucky. So you're right.
That's not what I meant. I sometimes think you forget I'm a lot older than you realize.
No, I don't. I just choose not to think.
I do know what it's like to lose everything. To not know where they are. I think all they were saying was don't give up unless you find out if he's actually gone or not.
None of you understand.
Tell me.
I'm not saying that I would die just to stop someone. What I'm saying is that I view some lives more important than others. I view all of your lives much more important than my own. That is what I mean.
What happens when someone views yours more important than theirs?
That's their mistake.
It's not a mistake I'll regret.
Should never came here. Maybe we should have let them sit for another 10 years.
You have that choice if you really regret coming.
Stream was doing a buffer
Ah,
there as far as when you talked now, so I was hoping as far as it would stop.
it didn't do it for me, but
Gotcha. We could. But I really don't feel like rehashing every little bit of information we just gave. Although it would be quite funny to deal with everything, find a way here. Like, oh yeah, by the way, it's safe to go down, everything is dead.
this, you know.
I know. Me wonders if they're in shock, to be honest. They're used to the group succeeding. This time they didn't.
The only person who knows what he was thinking was Lucky, and he's gone.
I don't mean him. Them. The ones here.
That's what I meant. He only tried to save some of them.
I mean, they were in there that whole time referencing, things they'd seen before and stuff like that. But they were referencing points in which they saw that they succeeded in things that could have ended everything.
That doesn't mean they do the same, right?
No, but it does put different viewpoint.
When all this was going on, we were all pretty young. Mihi wasn't even awake. There were a lot of people who tried their best, but for some reason we were the ones picked for all this, right?
You'll look at Puck.
Just like licking its paw and rubbing its face.
Yeah, we were all picked for this. Something the gods know that we don't. Per the usual.
I see that we have the potential of succeeding. It's good before. Nice, that's what Elijah keeps telling me.
Ah, Elijah. The most cryptic way to person to speak when he's not chasing up to me.
Wrong with having a love interest, I guess. Gives you a brief moment of happiness, you might as well take it, right?
So it gives you a lapse.
Hmm?
Plus it gives you a lapse in judgment.
You're not telling me you wouldn't take a chance to be happy if you had it.
Ask me again when this is all over.
Alright? Well, until then, I am determined to do something to make you smile. So either you can come with me or I will drag you.
As long as you're not dragging me somewhere where I'm going to get lectured by people who've been here.
No, I was thinking we'd actually go wander around the city and not think about everything for a while.
That's a tall ask, considering we're in a very populated city.
Exactly. We're around a bunch of people just trying to live their life, right? Why don't we try to fit in for a day?
Oh, why not?
Come on. He's just gonna grab. He was still like hugging you from behind. He's just gonna grab you by like the back of the collar and start pulling you. Come, let's go do something. Let's pretend this isn't a disaster in the waiting for us.
Oh, should he be a dick?
Mm.
Yeah, he will.
Oh dear.
Let's see.
Oh dear.
Yeah. As they go to leave out the door, as far as the big door here, he'll turn back and just kind of look into the hallway. We'll pick a spot
Hmm.
and we'll cast Major Image.
Oh. I don't think they're actually standing here anymore.
No, it'd just be there, and it would be there for. Let's see. Oh man,
It's not very long.
no, I was looking at that. There was something to start. It doesn't. Oh man, that's irritating. Never mind, he wouldn't.
Hmm? I almost feel bad for the group that were told to stay here, because it's like, well, you know, they were kind of just following orders. They weren't trying, they weren't necessarily living comfortably,
Yeah.
to be fair. Even
I had
Faye lost,
mentioned-
like, kids.
Yeah, and I had mentioned, like, it's possible that they did try to find out what was going on and just never found out because nobody came back.
Yeah. Who knows? It's fine.
So the quest for normality.
Yeah. You could probably ask around and they'll point you to wherever this library is. Let me... Since you guys technically all left for now, we're just gonna stack all these up.
Woo!
Gonna shove all these guys together and throw them off the side here. By a spire.
Hey, I will hold them.
You will hold them. I need to...
They are my babies. You cannot hurt them anymore.
Initiate that. There we go. So you guys go here, because it's nearest the place.
Yee.
I had to go find your tokens for a second.
Yeah?
I'll say that it's this big ass building. Why not? Shove them over here for now. It's one of those weird boards where it's like slanted slightly. It's like
Yeah.
And then you look at it, you start looking at it upside down, and then you get vertigo, and that's a weird kind of nausea.
Yeah, don't do that. I just did that. Don't do that.
Already am. That's how I started, man.
Yeah. So you see her in there, she's kind of looking around. She's already got like a stack of books in her arms.
Hey, Vicky.
She'll look over. Oh, hiccup. Sorry. She'll look over. Oh, hi.
Hey.
Sorry, was I taking too long?
No, we got done talking with everyone for a bit. And mostly because Harx walked off. Anyways,
It went well then, huh?
I mean, could have gone worse. It really actually could have gone worse, I'm going to be honest.
I think the problem is my parents tend to have this like leadership thing going, so
I mean, don't blame them.
and their opinions are very forefront.
Yeah, they definitely did not seem to care whether or not we took their opinions as much.
That's about right.
Yeah.
Based on grandparents, that sounds right. So, here, I found a couple of books, and she'll kind of, like, hold them over me. And I don't remember what Mihi wanted. I think she just wanted stuff to learn.
I believe the answer was yes.
Fair. She probably found, like, a couple of, like, history books and things like that of different towns and stuff that were down there.
In Celestial, there is weird things happening to her eyeballs where she understands it.
While you're here, you understand it.
Do you need help reading me?
Seems fine for the moment.
Huh.
It comes with the whole being able to understand everything here.
Huh, that's kinda neat.
It made it easier for people to get along and adapt rather than trying to figure out, we didn't want to put, from my understanding, they didn't want to put everybody in their own sections. They wanted to give more of a choice of freedom of where they wanted to live and who to make friends with.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
Mm-hmm. They'd prefer everyone to get along, as best as possible, at least.
Which is not easy, I can imagine.
No, there's a lot of people, and all of them. This is one of the more populated islands. And the trading one just has a lot of people going through, which is in between the islands.
He has taken a seat at a nearby table, effectively checking out of this conversation while play history.
History.
Oh, so that's how that guy killed his wives.
Worry about Caesar right now.
Yeah, right.
Divorced? Beheaded? Oh, she just died. Oh, that one survived.
King Henry? No. So, is there anything else I can find for you while you're here?
Kind of looks at Zach. I think we're mostly just trying to figure out how to... normal, I think, is how we were putting it.
Normal how?
You know how you said up here is safe? Yeah, we don't know how to live like that.
safe, I guess, with how we grew up, is still a precaution. We don't necessarily look over our shoulders or, get worried that somebody's going to come up and stab us, but that doesn't mean we're not worried it couldn't happen either.
That's understandable.
I mean, even the safe place where everybody grew up was still infiltrated once in a while, so I'm sure it's only been a matter of time. Which is kind of why they chose to separate onto different islands, I think. That way, if something did happen to one group of us, the rest would have a chance. But for the most part, I think we just take it all with a grain of salt. Live, try to be happy and mingle with people. If you're always worrying, then you're just gonna stress yourself out, and when something does attack you, you're so paranoid you end up probably failing or getting caught even more off guard, thinking you could trust someone.
Yeah.
I only got to meet my grandparents, I think, once or twice when I was really little. But from what I've heard, that's how they were. They both trusted everyone and also trusted no one. I think Grandma being the exception. She trusted her friends, of course. Let's be honest, that's how Striker was.
Yeah.
He trusted everyone, but also was like, no, caution.
I know you, I trust you, I am prepared to kill you at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Hear my alert very silently in the background, and it's thrown me off so much as the DM right now.
Hi, readers!
Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Yeah. So really the only advice I could give is just... You can still worry about what's going on, but... You don't want... You should kind of look around and... You'll see some families in there, and some with kids and things like that. You don't want them to see that you're worried.
Sounds... Glances back towards his mother. Familiar.
Our brain's like, and then 5 angels walked into a library. Wait. Right, it would be 4. Mihi. Wait. 3. Yeah, 5. Counting the sword friends.
It's not so much that we don't want to help, it's that we don't really know how.
Yeah. I mean, most of us are the same, and we kind of exist down there.
Well, someone kept you guys going, right?
I mean, yeah, Ace did a lot of the leading and everything.
Well, if he's anything like I've heard about, then I'm sure he's worried and just doesn't show it.
You could say that again.
Well, I'm sure whatever you guys end up doing or figuring out, then we'll help however we can.
That's the hope. Apparently, we are being sent with someone, and we've been told good luck.
Oh, who's sending someone?
The Tabaxi, I think. Tabaxi and I think maybe your uncle. I don't relations, I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's a concerning laugh. Huh?
I was not much, unlike some of my siblings, I wasn't one to, like, play like the animals. This one is.
Oh,
This is technically my cousin.
technically.
Technically. Adoption.
Oh, that's noble.
Well, it's a little weird when you think of a shifter who's a wolf and cat. It kind of doesn't work.
I was wondering about that, to be completely honest. I didn't want to be rude.
I mean, they have their relationship, but it doesn't work, you know.
Yeah.
Babies.
Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria.
They definitely seem like a good pair, though, so...
Mm-hmm. I don't think this. No, this one never got to meet Grandma, so that might be why.
I mean, wouldn't she be happy to see any of them? And, I mean,
I
any of you?
I think they're more worried about her reaction. Not so much because they were hiding, but because she was left in the dark.
She does not like that.
This was Lucky's plan, so. And a few others, from my understanding.
What we gathered, yeah. I am slightly sorry, though mostly I'm glad that our meddling kind of helped in a way. Even if it wasn't completely.
Well, we were also kind of left in the dark, and maybe if we knew more, we could have left sooner, but I think they were too worried about changing everything too much, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
maybe there was another time where my siblings lived, but my parents died. Who knows?
yeah. None of that is easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird trade-off that...
Someone still has to be replaced.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there. Huh.
That's the thing about death. You can't really fix it. You can probably fix it temporarily with revival spells and all that, but in the end, they're still gonna leave one day.
Yeah, but the hope is very far in the future.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, we can't control our fates when it comes to that.
I can see why sending you to your grandmother is not a grand idea. She doesn't seem the kind of person that agrees to that.
I'm not really sure. She
I
was
can tell you.
baby. She was small.
I can tell you a little bit about her. She is sitting in my home, threatening my father for various reasons.
I'm surprised he can put up with it.
He kind of. I think he feels bad. There was a lot that happened, and it wasn't necessarily his fault.
Hmm.
They mutually care about one person, and so I think that's kind of where the
The conflict started.
yeah. And also the mutual understanding of neither one of them is going anywhere.
I know there were issues with my grandfather and Lucky. Apparently they didn't get along.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising.
Well, don't tell anyone I said this, but from what it sounds like, I think that if other situations didn't happen, that I'm pretty sure Lucky and Grandma Rin would have ended up together.
Oh. I see.
I'm almost positive. At least that's my opinion from the way I've heard the stories.
I had a character. I love that she's so insightful into like little conversations that she's like heard about these two people she's never met. Like, just like
She met them when she was like little, but then she heard all the stories as she was growing up.
Yeah, I just love the idea of like, yeah, I did that.
Oh, they loved each other. Oh, and they just never admitted it. Oh.
Yeah. Like, even Rand growing up with his mom understands some stuff. He didn't know about the Keldor situation until much later.
Yeah.
Reasons. He just knew Keldor was around a lot.
Which is funny because it's actually kind of the same situation.
Yeah,
if
it really
Cam
is.
had met Zarvis while Keldor was still not around,
Yeah.
it may have been a different situation. So I could see Rand kind of understanding it now, like, oh.
Yeah. Because, like, he saw all of it, and he's like, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
Zach's kind of wandered off to look at some books while you two were talking. Because he liked to read. That was one thing he did.
Yeah.
It's all he had to do for entertainment, in all fairness, so.
Oh, yeah.
They're not that bad, though. Angel's pretty nice.
Angel?
My cousin.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out when we meet them.
Fair warning, though, they can just kind of flip a switch. They can go from really happy and energetic to almost scolding you
Uh-huh.
if you do something really dumb.
Now, what do we consider really dumb? Because there are weird lines in this party.
I guess that's I don't really know. It kind of varies. Like I said, they can go from energetic because they, had people around that can be very energetic, but then they also have Silk, who can scold people,
Yeah.
like her mother, from my understanding. They're not so much the optimistic, they're more of the no, if you do that you're gonna die, so we're gonna do this instead type person.
Well, that's better than most of what I've managed to do.
Maybe they'll fit right in then.
Guess we'll find out.
They might get along with your moody friend too.
Yeah. I hope. He doesn't get along with a lot of people. And the people he does get along with is concerning.
Think about it as I see them both being very hard-headed, so it could either go one way or the other.
Oh gods. I'm going to prepare a lot of healing spells. I'm just
I'm sure they can help out with that a little bit.
whatever help they can provide, then honestly, bringing somebody back down there to help explain things and get everything kind of connected will be good. And maybe one day you can eventually get down there yourself.
I'd like that. I'd like to go back and build my home.
Yeah.
Maybe actually have a place to go for my siblings, you know?
Yeah. I understand. Honestly, if it wasn't for Zach, I think my home would be a lot worse off.
You two seem to get along really well, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Must be nice to have a friend like that.
It is. I think we scare each other a lot, though.
That just means you care, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys hungry? I can go get some food. They don't mind if people eat in here as long as you're not messy about it.
Oh, yeah, that would actually be awesome. I do not remember what we ate last.
I'll go get some food. You guys enjoy the books and mingle, be social, like my parents tell me to do.
Right. How does the one do that?
You say hello and ask, questions. Be friendly.
Right.
I'll be back. I'll come talk to you.
Okay.
Hi, Harx. You guys are wandering around the main part of a city. Are there any places that seem like you would be interested in?
Oh. I don't know.
Okay. Does Harx want to just wander the city and talk? Does he want to go to a bar? Does he want to go?
No.
Okay.
Notice Harx doesn't drink that much.
I don't think I've ever seen Harx drink, actually.
No, he would look for as they wander. He'd probably look for something that like draws interest.
That does not help me. There's some shops. There's like I said, like a tavern. There's, you know, typical D&D city. I don't really know what else. There's the nice like little rocks that seem like they go over some sort of cliff over there.
I run and jump up now. No, he would probably, honestly just kind of like look for a general shop. I mean, to be fair, the only general shop he knows as far as back home would be the provincial storage.
Technically charge anything. It's just more of a like they call it a shop type of shit.
Yeah.
Gives them something to do.
Exactly. Yeah, he'd
Walk in.
find a general goods store pretty much.
Yeah, I mean it's got a little bit of everything in there. Not too much. Like you're not gonna find potions in a general store or anything like that. But you know, find like herbs or like I don't know, maybe some clothing and things like that in there.
I would like to find some wire.
Okay, easy enough. I believe you actually have gold.
I do.
You've slowly accumulated very small amounts of and kept.
Actually, I have not gained any since I was given some by,
It was always a just in case you come across any sort of town that is still intact.
Yep.
That they might still be using currency and stuff. It probably cost you like a copper for some wire, to be fair.
Okay. How much wire do I? That's the main question. Yeah, he'd probably want like 10 feet. 20 feet of wire.
Okay. How much does it come in at normally?
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Let's see. Oh, that doesn't. Finding like weapon type things.
Which is funny.
I'll say for 20 it probably costs like 5 each or something in each like roll. So 4 copper.
Okay.
Because it does say, because I had to look up, there is no like set item for it, but like it does say that jewelers and stuff would be obviously using that in its spell component. Which is
Oh.
weird that it's not an item you could just buy.
Mhm.
Because it is used for, like, message and stuff. Keep up the gloominess though, and he might just like do like what the kid thing would do and just buy you ice cream or something. Like
Oh,
ice cream makes
God.
everyone happy.
I've now changed the amount of money I have on his character sheet to 229 gold, 100 copper, just so I could subtract 4 copper.
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, fuck it. This is what we're doing. Oh my god, a gold piece is equivalent to $1.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's essentially just trying to distract you, to be honest.
That's fair. No, yeah. He has use for that 20 feet of wire.
Oh dear. Concern? Kinky?
Fine, I imagine it. No, I imagine it like wire.
Who flipped to the tokens over here?
I was waiting for somebody to notice that. I did it when Aspire was talking about as far as they're her babies, nobody will hurt them. I flipped them all at that point.
Is there anything else you wish to look at, or are you just gonna wander the city, Neil?
Just kind of wander at that point until they probably eventually would run into the other group, the other people.
Here. I'll just put them back outside then. To be fair, I think Julius is just sightseeing at this point.
Fair.
And you know, considering his whole like take on innocence thing, I feel like that would actually probably be a little bit of a breath of fresh air, seeing him get all excited over stuff. Yeah.
I was gonna actually list it as piano wire, even though that's not exactly what it is.
What, does anything happen in here while you're waiting for Miss Vicky to return with food?
Only things in Giza are really interesting.
Mostly just wandering, looking at the books, or helping Zach get some books, or just kind of existing, mostly. He hasn't had a chance to just kind of exist.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I mean, you're used to, like, being around a decent amount of people, but it's still different because you're not underground. You're out in, like, a normal setting again, like you were when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Even then, it was pretty cautious because you probably hardly ever left home.
Because everything was still extremely tense and getting worse.
Yeah. Eventually she'll come back with food. I'll leave it up to your imagination what she came back with, but she comes back with food. And she'll pass it out to everyone.
Making sure to tap Mihi a couple of times, like every few minutes, to remind her to eat.
Take another bite.
Alright, food, it's a thing.
So, are you just, you're just gonna be wandering around and shy, huh?
Yeah. This is a lot more people.
I think my parents kind of forced me to be social. I was shy too at first.
my mom both wanted me to not be too shy, but also the really protective thing.
I think my parents are to some point, but since we've been here, probably not as much, or at least they don't show it.
They seemed pretty laid back to me.
And I imagine if I just like disappeared for a day, they'd be worried.
That would probably not end well for anyone.
Mm. So what are your guys' plans then?
Well, after this, if Harx is better-ish, probably going to talk about resting, and then Claire asked if possible to meet with her later. You seem to understand what that means. Is it bad?
I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's just a matter of if you really want to go through it.
That, does not help, actually.
How much do you like it when people try to analyze you and shrink you a little bit?
Harx is gonna hate that.
Might be best to warn him then that that's probably what she's gonna do. She's
Yeah.
not gonna force you guys to do it, obviously, but she just wants to get to know you better, make sure she understands all of you. It helps when making decisions and knowing what to say as well.
I mean, makes sense.
It's really not that bad. At least not for me. You can get to the root of a lot of problems if you let her.
Guess we'll find out.
Speaking of your friend, they were wandering around the city.
Oh, that's good.
I think one is dragging the other around, though.
That also sounds about normal.
Well, if you want, I can go get them and bring them here. Or would you rather finish eating and then we'll go find them?
Gonna look over at Zach and Mihi. Do you guys want Harx to come here, or do you guys want to finish up dinner and then go meet?
I really don't care either way, to be honest. We can stay here or go there.
Yep. A player has to do this.
Book.
She just kinda slightly eyes over the book for half a second. No, I'm okay with meat.
Alright.
I should say. Correction. She would have said, I'm okay with the meat I've had so far.
I don't think she's paying attention.
Nope. Mihi!
Yes?
Are you paying attention?
fully overbooked. Yes.
Do we want to catch up with the others now? Or after?
What do you want to do?
Good. Good.
And that's another thing about my cousin is he'll make the decisions when you guys are like this.
Good. I'm not sure any of us know how to make choices. Maybe let's go find Harx and get the rough parts out of the way, and then if you guys want to come back, you can, I'm sure.
I'll be happy to bring you both back. It is a library. You can take some of the books with you, too. Just not keep. You can borrow them.
She will just close the book and lay it carefully on the table. I'm good.
Alright.
See, it's gonna take some time to get you all used to people. Alright, I spotted them this way. Come on. And she will start heading out. Oop, I'll just drag them. So they probably all like meet up somewhere near the bridge or something.
Oh shit.
Jesus.
I want to let go. I did not want to let go.
There's one more shop I want.
Okay. Where would shop?
Weapons.
Oh no. We're just gonna shove you in a random.
I just had an idea.
I'm gonna shove you in the one with the chimney because it makes sense.
There. And I'm gonna message you what
Oh dear.
kind of weapon he's looking for.
You do that. Can you talk amongst yourselves? I'll be right back.
Okay.
In the beginning, there was a fuckload of Furbies. Hello, I am not Morgan Freeman.
You are correct, you are not. Neither am I.
I think it's just us. Fuck. Panic. Fear.
Panic and
Gears
fear?
of Death Hello 5.
Panic and
Yes.
fear.
Yes, we are to talk amongst ourselves for a moment.
Cool.
We get to be the voices in people's heads.
Be nice about it.
The human soul tastes of butterscotch.
Drag, what did I just say?
This is nice.
He did not say he was eating the human soul.
Yes, but how does one know the taste of a human
You
soul?
and the Dark Lord Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Those times I actually knew that full-on chant.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Also, now, yes, it is going to be just you two because I, my phone charger in the
Oh
other
boy.
room. I gotta go get it.
Okay.
Oh boy.
This is gonna be a fun time, Drag.
Indeed. Cthulhu Fatagan. Yes, I am a Cthulhu cultist, apparently.
Mm.
Except we've updated. Our robes are now hoodies.
Oh, yeah.
We're still just as edgy.
Fair.
Edgy isn't really the proper term. Batshit insane. I am a real Super Saiyan. This is not the kind of entertainment that I need to be, but I am. Allegedly.
I'm sure it's fine.
Totally fine.
You think I'm any better?
Yes, actually.
Debatable.
Listen. Listen.
Listen.
Listen.
What am I listening to?
Just hear me out here.
Hearing
I
you
need
out.
your ear for a second.
Okay.
Okay, have your.
Uh-huh.
Cool. I need you to listen.
That is what I am doing. So what?
I don't know. I do not know how to stretch that bit for more than 2 minutes.
Oy, 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 oy.
Also, I remember there's a song I definitely need to find again at some point.
Oh dear.
You know Hakuna Matata?
What a wonderful phrase.
Yes, yes. Fuck that song. Cthulhu Fatagan.
No.
Dude, I hate that song. I just hate it with a passion.
Why?
Because
Why would you do
that
this?
was the song that was on all the radio stations.
Hmm?
But Be Prepared was a fucking banger and it got no attention.
It's fine.
I will now send you a link.
I know how much it is if that's what you're sending me.
Be Prepared.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I did look it up.
Fair. Okay.
I did not recruit more cultists.
Don't believe you have that much, but we'll see.
This thing says only 50.
For what you want? D&D Beyond says 300.
This thing on GM Binder says 50.
Seems we've reached an impasse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not 50 though, but that's just me. That's only because of what it is and what would be required to make it.
True. This is totally fine.
It typically is something that is more expensive based on the fact that of what kind of weaponry it is.
You know what? No, that's fine. Anyway.
Everything is okay.
He will do his... He'll work his magic.
Dance magic to the fuck.
You're welcome.
One.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's out of my system.
They give you that information and
Okay.
you head out. It's not in this part of the city. It'd
Yeah,
be
it's
like
fine.
in another part of the island is where you have to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is probably the big market that you were told about originally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys kind of spot each other as they're passing over the bridge.
Well, shit.
Well, hi to you too.
I bought wire.
It was a riveting time. He's really hard to make smile. Or at least the sarcasm's back, so that's a step in the right direction.
You know, that is usually a step in the right direction for anything.
Someone is not met with, pokes Harx on the side. Stabbing words behind it as well.
I'm stabbing you. That comes later.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna lean back to Reyan. Which I imagine you guys are closer than you are.
Yeah.
Are they always like that? Floating.
Well, he, uh, the trying to be honest, but also trying not to be rude.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that thinks they sound like a married couple?
No.
Okay. Just whispering to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I am off to find the bigger marketplace. There's an item that I just must have.
Don't get
Oh.
lost.
I mean, you are more welcome to come along.
Oh, I've lived here a long time and I still get lost.
Fair enough. For some reason that does not surprise me.
Hey, Harx.
I think that was an insult.
Uh-huh.
Looks around. It's a big place. Any wrong turn can lead you to a wrong street. I don't see that was an insult.
I guess.
It was more an acknowledgement.
Should probably actually get back, but you should all, I guess, continue wandering. If you're gonna go see Claire, you probably shouldn't keep her waiting forever, but she's a very patient person.
I was thinking about that now, actually, depending on Clancy's and Arc's things.
I'll let you guys discuss that then.
Yeah. Thanks again for your help, by the way.
You're welcome. And since these guys kind of implied they hadn't eaten in a long time, you two should probably eat too. I guess we haven't had food in a while, huh?
Reyan pulls out like part of the food that he probably saved out of habit and is like, eat.
No. I'm good. Appreciate
You
the
need
thought,
to
then.
eat.
Not at this moment attempt.
Kind of looks at Julius like, talk to him.
Maybe we'll find a nice place at the market area or something.
I guess. Kind of puts away the food again.
Hmm?
Right. You walked off beforehand, but Claire asked that if possible, if we wanted to meet with her at the library at the castle and
I've heard
everything.
another lecture.
I'm not sure it's a lecture. It might be a therapy thing.
Good luck with that.
Will you not come even for a little?
I don't view that the ways I'm feeling are any issue.
Okay.
It just has this look of like, I'm trying.
Ryan just nods.
I feel as if my feelings are very valid due to the simple fact that he'll look at Julius, look at the group. You all seem to misunderstand my willingness to die.
Considering the fact that you're constantly saying you're willing to die.
He still thinks it's a mistake if we value his life over ours.
Well, gee, thanks.
Well, I'm sorry. At least one of us needs to be able to look down on themselves and try to be accepted Oh wait, apparently that's not the case. Therapy is a place to go when you are unwilling to accept or unwilling to, well, you don't know where your feelings come from.
Or it's a place to get help in processing the feelings.
Hmm. I take what you said and I counter with, what if I already know how to process them and it hasn't gotten me or anyone else killed yet?
I counter with yet being in that sentence.
Yes, yes. Means it hasn't happened. As of this moment.
And that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Just because it hasn't killed anyone doesn't mean it hasn't hurt anyone.
So you want me to go sit in a room with an individual who has been here and who was already trying to analyze the situation when we were in that meeting. You want me to sit there and have her tell me why I'm upset?
I don't know what she's going to do. It might not even be therapy. I was just warned that it might be.
On the basis that it might be. That sounds fairly accurate.
Can I ask you probably a gonna sound rude question?
Go for it.
Do you listen to anyone else beside your own voice?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yes. Very surprising to hear, isn't it?
Could have fooled me.
I'm aware. I listen to others, take their into consideration. Unfortunately, the voices in my head are much louder.
Which is your own voice, which means you're not actually listening.
Not entirely true. Yes, I can sit here and say I'm a horrible person, that I should not value all of your lives more than my own. I could sit here and say that. And yes, a majority of my mental capacity would tell me that fact, that you all have the utmost right to care about my life more than your own. However, there's that little part of me that will not let go of the protect them, make sure they live.
And you say you're processing things.
If I wasn't processing things, do you think I would have come to that conclusion?
I think you would have come to a very different conclusion if you fully processed it. Just because you know something and can understand a thing doesn't mean you actually, like... I don't know how to put it.
Say knowing it and explaining it is processing in general. You want me to emotionally process it, not mentally process it.
Well,
Emotional
yeah.
processing, that is kind of an on hold situation.
Right, that
Because
seems to be a theme around here.
indeed, indeed, as I stated, everyone can go into, as I stated to Julius, everyone can go into these sorts of situations with the view of optimism of, we are most definitely going to succeed. But with that comes, if you fail, there's disappointment. You can never be disappointed if you go in with the realism that one might fail, or everyone
Then-
might fail.
Then what's the point of trying if that's your outlook?
Because I'm accepting the reality of the situation.
Then the reality is we die. We leave here, we die. And I might as well not have come back. That's your realism.
No, it's not.
How so?
Well, maybe if you sit here and actually listen. I stated
Sorry. I just see Julius
you must-
back up.
you must be willing to accept the fact that failure is a possibility. I never said anything regarding we might not as well try, or there's no point in trying. I merely stated that instead of getting your own hopes up or anyone else's, accept the reality that failure is a big possibility. I am all for trying anything, but I am also willing to accept that trying anything may not succeed. And I'm sorry, but I'm fairly certain the people in that room told us to, I don't know, plan for the worst outcome. The worst outcome is death, is it not? Actually, no. The worst outcome is having your soul be taken wherever the it goes when the dragon eats it. But under no circumstances am I saying try. You must try in order to succeed or fail.
Do you have hope or not? Because you're contradicting yourself.
One can hope to succeed while also realizing they may fail.
Sure. Doesn't
One-
mean you have to be completely stuck in the thought of failure the entire time.
Did I once say that we are going to fail?
That is all I'm hearing come from you.
Well, then you're not listening. Because if you were listening, you would hear me sit here and say that my hope is for the world to continue on, for us to succeed, but admitting that we are on a staggeringly uphill battle. There will be times we will fall down that hill, and I'm willing to accept that. As a matter of fact, I expect it, because it is a long climb to get us out of where we have been put. But you know what we do? We keep fucking climbing.
That sounds like optimism to me.
There you go, now you're getting it. I do have a bit of it. But I accept that we may not stop sliding. you can be stubborn in both realities. You can be stubborn in the fact that all you can think of is success, or all you think about is failure. I think of both, because in order to succeed, you must be willing to fail. Does not mean I like to fail. Now, one more shop I wish to stop by. You all are more than welcome to join us. And maybe, just maybe, I will humor you and go sit in this room with this woman.
You guys look around at all?
Honestly, Harx is not focused on anybody around him.
Fair.
Yeah, after that conversation, Rand's probably just going to look around and just kind of cool off a little bit because he doesn't understand any of this at all because it doesn't. He understands that
We're
last
gonna
bit, but leading up to that last bit did not make sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask one question then. Mihi, what is your reaction to listening to all that? Are you just watching this? How are you doing?
This is a very stressful thing for her to have witnessed.
Mm. Okay, so she looks a little stressed out.
Yeah, a little bit.
Zach is kind of like looking down, leaning against a rock or something under the bridge here, and just not. Looks like he's trying to tune you guys out.
Sorry, Zach.
Julius is not there.
Oh.
That was that roll I made earlier.
I heard it and I was like, oh, that's fine. I'm sure that's fine, right? Like, that
Well, I'm
can't...
just gonna shove him off, because he went invisible.
I'm a flap. I was not trained to handle adversity.
Crap.
He's
Julius?
been through his own traumas, man. He did not like the yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get an answer from him. Stealth while invisible is the best.
Yeah.
Really, she would have heard someone calling for Julius. But,
Mm-hmm.
well, you all do. Go look for him. She kind of flaps overhead just to do the overhead look.
Yeah, I mean, he's invisible, so he is not going to spot him, at least for an hour.
She will totally not vulture over this entire city. for perception anyway.
I'm gonna try and... If I remember correctly, because it's been a hot second, sending doesn't work up here, right?
No, it does
Okay.
not. The cards and stuff, they all don't work.
Okay.
Not out of here.
And they had to use a special. Remember, they said they had to go through the castle to do
Mhm.
communications.
I'm gonna try and go find any sign of him. Sorry for yelling. She's gonna start going to quickly try and find Julius.
You have no idea when he actually left.
Yeah, he has no idea how long he's been on, and
You
he's...
guys were pretty intent in there, and I don't think the other two were paying attention to him either, to be fair.
Not really. She, that was a very adverse situation, and no.
Yeah.
He's gonna wait for Reyan to leave. He knows Zach is probably gonna follow him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna start that way.
If you're here but hiding, I want out.
Do the cards work up here? I'm gonna make a roll for that. Because they don't work communicating outside, but let's see if they're strong enough magic to work up here. You guys did not test that.
Yeah.
Well, not bad. That's not bad. Not a bad number. What did he say? Why does everyone have to fight all the time?
Because we're stupid to admit when we're wrong. Fortunately, that is humanity.
Yeah. He'll drop it. He's kind of tucked himself in over here. He's just sitting. He didn't go actually very far. Just didn't answer you.
He's just gonna move over against these rocks and just kind of sit. Oh god, I don't like looking
Here.
upside down at it.
Told you not to. You say we don't understand, but I don't think you're understanding that we get upset. You say you want to be the one to die over us.
But none of you feel the same?
I'm not saying that we wouldn't really give our lives for each other in one way or another. But sitting there and telling everyone that.
I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking.
The problem is everyone else is thinking that, but not thinking that we'd be better off protecting each other. No one needs to sacrifice anything.
This isn't just some fight that we can possibly laugh about and everything when it's all over. This isn't even a battle. It's just a war. It has been since it started. Us accepting to do this, we've already accepted that it's a sacrifice.
And yet, we don't make the choice to just make it easy on ourselves. Even though we have the power to.
Fortunately, that's because we're not cynical. You can't look at what we're all doing and think you're able to make it easy. We're actually able to make everything easy on ourselves. We all know it's going to be hard. We all know deep down that we may die. It's just a hard thing to admit.
And what's wrong with trying to enjoy the moment we do have together?
It's the moment you enjoy it, it's the moment it's ripped away.
I think they all do.
They just try and block it out. I can't. I refuse to.
I would rather not live in fear. I don't try to block it out, I just don't want to always be afraid.
Well, that's the difference. I'm not using it to live in fear. I'm using it to live in anger. That I can't have life until this is done. Because the moment I let my guard down is the moment that it's all ripped away. And if
I was caring about us, letting your guard down.
no, that is my guard. Worrying that nothing happens to all of you is what keeping me strong.
Not everyone's as strong as you, then.
I wouldn't call that strength.
And what is it?
I don't know. I just wouldn't call it strength.
I know I haven't been around long, but even the people that have suffered through it, like the rest of us, they still try to find a reason to be happy. And if it's brief. Not fair to yourself to keep denying that you don't deserve any of that until it's over.
Admit it to me. How much do you know? Not about me, not about them. But yourself.
I know what it's like to living with someone, trying to make them happy all the time and just seeing them tear themselves apart. While the rest of the people around them become the targets, even if it's unintentional.
Yeah, you word it this way. Other than us, the others close to you. What do you know of your father?
Not much. I wasn't exactly around to help.
I'm gonna insight him. Let's see if he is trying to hide that he doesn't know, or hide that he knows, if he knows anything. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a number.
What'd you get?
30, 20.
30, 20. Well, he seems to be telling the truth.
An 11. I'd just say motherfucker with an 11 deception. I have a +1 insight, man.
If it makes you feel better, you only rolled 2 higher.
He only rolled 2.
I rolled an 11 on the die, so I got a 22.
Motherfucker! Is this what clerics feel when the warlock or bard lies to them? Or sorcerer?
Yes.
They'll get over it. You were researching. Came by the other. You were researching when I came by the other day.
Yeah.
What were you looking for?
There's my
Once.
past. Could trigger anything.
What are you questioning?
I can't remember anything. The only memories I really have were, at least the ones that didn't seem to be suppressed according to the others. And that my dad wasn't there. I don't really remember what happened or how I came back. Why I've been around so long. All I know is that it feels a little bit like deja vu watching somebody destroy themselves, essentially, with this hatred. It didn't stop me from loving my mother. It stopped me from caring about you.
It's more you don't know than I'm able to.
much as I want to learn, there's a part of me that kind of wishes I just give up on it and live in ignorance. I feel like I'm gonna like whatever answer I get.
Harx shakes his head. You won't.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
And yet here I am still trying to find it out.
Keep searching.
It may be a different situation, Harx. But is it really that different from what you're doing? You know, in the end, it's probably going to either hurt or destroy you, yet you keep moving forward.
You're not wrong.
I only did make a deal once. I'm not gonna hold up my end of it if I keep seeing you like this. I'm not gonna sit there and keep adding to your plate of more shit, as you put it.
All I can tell you, I have answers to some of the questions you have, but I can't hide.
I'm not asking you to.
Go ahead to tell you no. Just know when you learn that I've been holding something in the balance for a while. Well, not a while. Long enough for it to long
Words. Was it cut out? You said long enough for what?
Long enough to hurt.
Hmm. No matter how many times I tell you not to worry about me, you still do. I'm not gonna promise I'll stick around if that kind of thing happens again, but I won't exactly go far either. I still would have followed you if you had left. You're the one that said we're in this together, right?
Good. Come on, let's get the rest of these idiots.
I would cast it again and sneak up on them, but then I wouldn't have any spells for the rest of the day. How far is Mihi flown?
Well, probably to the nearest relatively tall building.
Perched up there like a gargoyle. Got it.
1, 2, 3, I'm a ball of distress.
So you're probably overlooking the city. You'd probably eventually see them as they're wandering around trying to find what happened to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Zach would probably just like tug on your arm. Unless you're trying to do something, Harx. What are you doing?
He'll behave.
Not gonna cast invisibility at level 2.
I can't. I don't have invisibility.
Oh, you don't have that one?
No, I was thinking about doing major image and have, like, Julius run across the...
Reyan is not in the mood for this, man.
I said he would behave. Welcome.
He'd look at you, Harx, and be like, that's just mean. At this point, that's just being mean at this point. Like, no.
Which is why I said I'll behave.
Yeah, you'd eventually spot him, and Zach will kind of like tug on your sleeve or something, Ren, to kind of get your attention wherever to spot him.
Sorry.
I would say it's okay, but I'm guessing it's not.
I don't like getting angry like that.
Not a feeling I'm used to very much.
Yeah, which is why I'm apologizing.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to get you all to get along at some point.
I really want to.
Different views. Hard to get along sometimes when that happens.
Yeah. Come on, I gotta go apologize again.
Fair. I've been meaning to ask. What's therapy? He's like following you. You don't have to actually play him, but he's following you.
he'll kind of explain like what he understands that it is.
And 9 times out of 10, it's a guy that's paid way too much to ask you how you feel. You do get the good ones.
Yeah. Does Mihi fly down, or does she just watch from a distance?
She's watching from a distance for the moment.
Just in case they start yelling again.
Yeah.
She can read the situation just based on the two.
Yeah.
Just kind of sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. I'm sorry.
I would apologize.
Believe it or not, it's a bad habit of mine.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't have gotten that angry. Sorry.
Do you know why you did?
Die, spider, die. Sorry.
Because you keep things just as bottled.
Hey, but again, I'm sorry.
He just pretty much says, do you know why? Because you keep things just as bottled.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, there's no maybe. You do.
I don't want to fight with you right now. I just apologize for being angry. Please don't do it again.
And I told you don't. You had every right to get mad. And don't make me repeat.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Blair's gonna ask you to repeat that last phrase in
You
particular
don't-
because it cut off.
You had every right. Yeah.
Yeah, you had every reason to be mad. And then he would throw in the, and don't make me repeat.
Like, not to be mad.
Good. Then let's start walking, shall we?
Just kind of shrugs.
Well, at least it's progress, I guess. He just starts following.
Yeah.
Where do you guys want to go? Are you going straight back to the castle, or are you gonna go get your thing now? Because you were gonna at least stay the one night, so you do have time to still go
Yeah.
at any point, to be fair.
Where did Mihi land?
She's still...
No, currently she's kind of slightly stalking you from building to building.
Ah, I see.
Which I'm sure we can tell. I mean, I've got a passive of
Is she
16.
stealthing, or is she...
That would be a number, so she would be attempting. With a 12.
Hey, I still see you.
Holy.
I think
Shit,
most
this
of them
part.
see you still.
Nope, Harx is not.
Actually, let me check Julius's. Oh my god, he does. Okay. Okay, so several of them see you except Harx.
She'll be
Harx
doing that
doesn't
for a
love it.
solid minute until she feels like things are not going to explode if she touches down again.
Fair.
I pull the piece of dynamite out of my pocket now.
I mean, you get a small way from Reyan, so I still see you.
This is good. This is fair. She's still stalking.
I pull the dynamite out of my pocket.
I cannot.
So do I have dynamite?
I swear you
I
should
don't.
not.
Half them did, though. Oof. Oof. And she will walk as normal.
So where are you guys going? You going to see Claire? Before Harx goes out on his adventure for an item.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. You know? Yeah.
Let's go to therapy after getting in an argument.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to do it. What do you mean?
Absolutely.
That is the
Family.
best.
Family mediation. Oh gosh.
Imagine the library is much bigger than this. Just pretend.
Imagination. Pretend I have that.
You know?
Pretend that I have an editor that can animate that in.
Yeah, you see all this cool shit happening on the screen, like right over there, you know, over here. This place I'm pointing.
Yeah, by the way, sorry for the
Add in some
random
pointer fingers.
squish the spider interruption. It came down from above my head.
Oh my god.
It freaked me out, so I had this immediate reaction of squish.
Fair.
Which I actually don't know if I killed it or not, because it was one of those, like, light spiders, and I don't know where it ended up.
Me is sitting at a table, most likely reading a book on the enchanting process to see if she would know anyone that could make a thing happen later.
Julius will find a seed. And Zach will probably sit wherever Reyan sits, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Harx will stand and observe for the time being.
Right. Me is confused to what the word therapy means, because I think she was still a little too far away for that. Actually, no, she wasn't. They were away from the group when that was mentioned. But
Yeah.
she's here. She's vibing. And by vibing, I mean she's existing in a corner. Right. Close the book. Right. I'm fairly certain you're as tired of receiving lectures as I am of listening to them today, so I'm just gonna get to the point. I asked you here because in a sense, I wish to know about you.
Alright.
Like, what?
Well, for starters, how you work together as a team.
I say well enough. We're all standing here, aren't we?
Zach just kind of like scoots down in his seat and is like, I don't really know how to answer that, considering this is the first time I've officially traveled with them. What'd you say? His response would be like he's leaning like on the table now and it's just head in hand, like, I'm not going to be the one to answer this.
Reyan looks very uncomfortable.
What was the question? How we operate as a team?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Harx would just say well enough.
After the big
Right.
fight, I don't know.
Well, no. Well enough. We're all still standing here, aren't we?
Seems so.
Reyan's in I don't want to start another fight mode.
We take care of each other and protect each other, but that's, I'm not gonna lie, that's not, going much farther than that at the moment. It's a work in progress.
Sinking down in seat.
Right.
As I stated a bit earlier, different viewpoints. Conflict happens. Not understanding each other, you know, that kind of stuff.
As player brain is doing some conversions because I didn't expect a full group, to be honest. I have failed as a player to not expect the unexpected.
This happens all the time. Don't worry about it.
It's because you're not a DM. That's why you failed
got
this.
You got
Wait,
this. You got
DMs can
this.
do
You got
that?
this.
I don't know, DMs always fucking still manage to find. You guys find a way to do something unexpected for me.
You got this.
Right. So bear in talking in a baseline here. How do you handle things?
Well, you're gonna have to be a little specific on that.
During fights, emotionally, what do you mean?
Let's start with combat.
Points at Harx, runs in, points back at me. He shoots things.
Fearless is
Harx
a bit
point.
of both, to be fair.
Yeah.
Harx points at Reyan, backs into a corner.
Don't like fights.
Yet somehow ends up pinned in a corner.
That was okay. Maybe twice. They.
That's
If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
that's
The fuck is this nickel you speak of? Is that like Electrum?
well, that's the problem we've been trying to tell you is that because you show so much fear, you should be the easiest target. Especially being the healer.
I'm even in between squares. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
I mostly defend myself if I need to. I haven't really been with them long enough for that kind of thing to happen.
See. And I take it your group is more magically inclined.
Yeah. Say so.
Mostly.
How do you manage leadership?
Um. Debatable.
Okay, I would say that Julius would say that it gets all put on Harx, but usually I do try to have him at least put in a opinion most of the time. But most of the time he's either out of the loop or just follows.
Well, starts with conversation of what we're going to do. We're asked what we're going to do. Nobody else is willing to give an opinion. So I give one, and that's the one we go with. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
But when I'm actually told things, I do put my 2 cents in.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason you're not told things, or is it just one of those things that happens on occasion?
It happens. There's other shit going on at home.
See.
He doesn't have any reason to think that you guys are purposely keeping stuff from him, to be fair.
Yeah. Does
Yeah.
player brain figure out how the fuck I talk to myself now?
You can do it.
I don't believe in the power of juju.
I'm gonna see that's your problem right there.
You gotta play some tack.
Tack.
Tack and the power of choo-choo. Sorry.
God damn it! No, why is that? Why are you putting it in my ear?
I feel I've accidentally started something, but I'm weirdly okay with that. But
Oh.
Mihi's just being a silent observer.
That's fair. Well, we're not gonna make you RP with yourself
Yeah.
if you don't want to. You could just, we could probably just assume the kind of answers he would give, to be fair.
Well, it's more like in a situation like this, she doesn't know what to say, and that is on her face right now.
Fair.
Well, Harx would speak up for her.
Oh no.
By all means.
Well, unfortunately, Mihi is still getting used to the world as it is now. She's who am I kidding? You all are used to weird things. She's not from this time. She is from much, much. I'm not going to keep saying much, much farther back time.
Creation far back. Most.
She's taken a minute to process that,
Mhm.
seeing that you are also very flap in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So very distant relative?
Great aunt several times back?
Technically, no. It's a little weird, isn't it?
Yeah, because technically my great-grandmother is her sister. So,
Different times they woke up, basically.
yeah.
Well, technically, good news then. That would make her your great great aunt.
Well, that's easier to explain.
I am assuming some form of suspended animation then.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Okay.
She and all of her siblings, including my great-grandmother, were all kind of protected for a while.
I see. Fuck, I think I lost her voice in preparing for Mihi speak. Damn it!
We believe!
Yeah. It was somewhere along. There we go. It's kind of like this. Maybe. I don't know. Either way. Right. And I'm assuming you looking to Reyan. I'm assuming you're a cleric, or at least some kind of fighter.
Cleric, yeah. Of saloon.
Saloon.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Sorry, brain trying to remember what saloon was about.
If I remember correctly, it was like, she's moon goddess, nighttime kind of stuff.
Right.
I'm double checking. Also known as Our Lady of Silver, the Moon Maiden, and the Night White Lady.
Gotcha. With how many different gods of people of different gods she dealt with on a regular basis at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, which leads to your style. As a cleric, what's your priority?
Trying to make sure everyone gets out alive. Preferably.
And how do you go about doing that?
Stressing a lot and throwing healing spells when I can. They get far, and then I end up in places I shouldn't be.
I don't end up that far.
No, it's not you, usually, that I have to chase after.
I only have 2 spells. What do you want from me?
No, it's not you, I promise. It's okay.
2 spells?
Warlock. Oh, my magic's a little limited.
See.
Mostly. Get into melee after the first, initial hit.
Right. Right, so that's combat for now, although... Reyan, was it?
Uh-huh.
I would like to spend some time one-on-one with you later.
Okay.
Has diplomacy come up for you as a group yet?
Attempts have been made.
That is the perfect word for that. Attempts.
I mean, technically, we did kind of diplomacy our way into a truce, sort of.
No, yeah, that's fair.
But that was after many, many failed attempts. As Reyan's remembering, that's kind of how he died.
You tried to diplomacy with a spooter.
You didn't know it was a spooter! You didn't know it was a spooter until he got there! Then when he got there, everything went downhill!
It's
Right.
it's a
I'm sorry.
very hit or miss situation, I think.
I see. She's looking over y'all like she's processing. What is the current vibe?
Uncomfy.
Shy and the uncomfy's running off of the shy from the other bean.
He's trying very hard to be honest, but also trying not to, like, provoke another fight. He's uncomfy!
Hmm. Yeah, Mihi's over there. She's just fucking lost.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about Julius. He's being, like, honest, but also unsure how much he wants to tell her type of thing at the same time. So it's kind of like what he's saying is honest, but like he's not just outright saying the problems either.
Yeah.
Fully.
Right, there is a lot I need to put a pin on here, but for the time being, you two were raised by Ace, correct? Right. Was the timey shenanigans mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was.
For the most part.
Which two?
Us two.
The two
Okay.
the two that had relation to Ace and raising with or without
Technically.
timey shit.
Technically,
Tech-
Julius was as well, but very minimal before it just got changed on him.
Technically, I guess.
Right. Time stuff, yay.
Yeah.
How are they these days?
Hmm?
She's just asking a general how Ace is these days.
He seems fine, at least from what I've seen.
Okay. Can I ask if this would trigger a slight bleed over? Like of like Rand's memories of like because he was technically raised by Ace and after the moment he shared with Ace, like after he came back and everything like that, would this line of questioning kind of influence that a little bit?
What do you mean by influence?
I mean, like currently to me as player, Like, he doesn't know. Like, he doesn't know how Ace is doing because he has had very little contact with Ace. However, in this timeline, he's had a lot more contact with Ace.
Mhm.
And so might have more information than than the originally
Up
thought.
until he showed that like worry, he almost never does.
Mhm. Okay.
Like he showed a little bit of like vulnerability to Harx before too, but he otherwise kind of went back to how he was doing.
Okay.
Because when your leader wanes confidence, then everybody else starts
Yeah.
waning confidence.
I mean, he's leading. He's got a lot on his plate.
Must be in the blood then.
Guess so.
Look, this is why I should have taken notes. But I'm a fool who lives dangerously and doesn't, because I'm lazy. Oh, forgive me, I'm not the best with group situations.
It's fine. Honestly, I don't think many of us in this room are.
I guess while you're here, yes, if any of you have any questions for me or something you want to lecture me about for a change.
I kind of nudge Ran.
Uh,
You want to learn more about yourself? Had a conversation you had with Vicky once.
yeah. I am drawing so many blanks.
It was
Did
it was
I
the damp hair thing, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, knowing this is Ethan's sister, it made it pretty obvious that she probably is one too.
Yeah. Maybe, few questions about, just kind of, like, shows one of his face. Because I'm not entirely sure that would have been obvious before,
No,
depending on
vampires
how
inside
closely...
it's a little harder to tell with them. Unless
Yeah.
you're a little darker skinned, so it's
Yeah.
even harder to
'Cause
tell, I imagine.
He's half moonborn, so, like, he's got, like, that whole thing going for him, plus now his dad's stuff, too, and so it's all jumbled in there.
Hmm.
A, long story short, Dad kind of had to... There was a lot that happened when my parents were before me, and technically Ace saved my father, and so I happened to end up half that, and then my father wasn't around, and so I have no idea how any of this works.
I see. I take it. Are you at least aware of the term that
Damn.
should be considered?
Damn pure, technically, from my understanding. I had, like, a couple of things from when I was younger, and they did kind of pop in occasionally after my father wasn't around. Um, in the other timeline.
Tried to. Mom was like, no.
But very protective mom and things. So I know some, but it's very, very limited.
I see. Is there something specific, or do you just want a broad spectrum for now?
And anything at this point is probably more than what I actually know.
Right. Unfortunately, anything is kind of vague, to be honest with you.
I know.
Well, especially in cases like ours, because there are many different variations on how we work.
I did not know that.
Well, as far as the basics, as far as I know, our kind is capable of feeding on normal food, or if we need to, we can feed on blood.
I don't think.
Take that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
And, how are your eyes with the sunlight?
They're fine last I remembered.
Does he have the sensitivity?
It doesn't look like it.
It'd be under his Dampier traits, whatever sheet you used for that.
Yeah.
I don't think he
I
has it.
Yeah, because I haven't been.
It's definitely something that's never come up with
Yeah.
us.
I was always wondering. I just assumed if you had it, you'd roll it, so that's why I wasn't sure which one she chose.
True.
Because there are actually variant versions of it.
I think we. Gods. I was supposed to have it. That's my bad.
Yeah, most Dampiers get the sensitivity to sunlight, so they get the disadvantage to vision.
Let me double check something's going on.
Yeah. Not sure what type of Dampier Reyan is, to be fair.
We kind of like mashed a whole bunch of stuff, and that was the last I remember. That's why I'm trying to go back in notes and see what.
I don't remember helping you with the Dampier one. Other than helping you with, dad and mom things.
Yeah, okay. That was mostly what I took down, so it's possible I forgot to, like...
No, it does actually in the new version, like the newest one that they've done in the official book. It does not have the sensitivity, so no, I guess technically you would be a unique one then. Okay. Compared to the others.
I mean, with... It kind of makes sense, only because, like, of everything, but also, like, yeah.
Lineage is weird shit. Just...
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have, like, the bite attack and all that, too.
Yeah, he took the psychic siphon and everything like that, like...
Yeah, so he doesn't actually need blood.
Yeah, that's... He like took psychic siphon, he's got the unnatural charm and stuff like that, like...
Yeah. Which
and
was
spider climb and stuff like that, but
well,
like
spider climb comes with the base now.
yeah.
Yeah, the base one they updated to be like much nicer than the fucking ones we got stuck with drag.
It's fine.
I know.
Fine.
I know it's not. It's not crying internally a little bit.
I still fucking love how I build Claire, so fuck it.
I mean, sunlight's not a problem, usually.
Which is where we would differ.
I'm sorry.
You learn to accept things. However, yes. Yeah, other than that, from what I can tell, oftentimes our kind's been sometimes difficult to keep down. At least slightly more resilient. Admittedly, I haven't seen this too much in action, but I've heard stories.
Debatable. I mean, occasionally, like,
Like if you're like talking like damn pure resilience or something like that, he doesn't have that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, what about... Do you have any special... Is there anything different about how you would take damage that tends to rot?
nope. That hurts a lot.
See.
I need to start making you roll for temptations now that I'm looking back at this.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I have bare minimums on his like race stuff.
Oh, the new one, yeah, it says that they gain temptations when you take it
Yeah,
to
which
go into their like vampiric nature.
which makes sense considering that's kind of how I figured how that worked. Anyways, like that
You
makes
just
sense.
hadn't had an opportunity for that to be a problem yet.
Yeah, like just he was sheltered for a reason. His mom was like, "No, we're not gonna worry about this. This is not going to be a problem." Ace in the background, like, "Oh, that's gonna be a problem." Like, he doesn't have any of the. At least I don't have down that he's got any like resistances or like massive
He
like,
does not.
"Hey,
No.
that hurt. That hurts a lot," kind of thing. So like he literally is kind of a weird 50-50 between his mom and dad, which worked out.
I see.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not much more I can add.
It's worth a shot.
Which, although, from your wings, I'm assuming there's something celestial in your blood?
He'll kind of like gently move his hood to where you can see his little like it's much smaller than like his mom would have or something like that, but he's got like a small like moonstone halo kind of thing, horns going on. Moonborn is the other part, so technically yes, but adjacent.
And do you happen to know what your father was before he became a vampire?
I think he was human, if I remember correctly.
That's also
Yes.
player going like, I think he was human.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was also
Yeah.
a cleric.
He was human. Technically, he was also a cleric.
Huh?
Yeah.
You actually would see, like, there is a second holy symbol behind the one he's got presented for Saloon that he's wearing.
Hmm. Yeah, it's piqued our interest. You happen to know who he served?
Did he ever figure out what a holy symbol that was?
Don't remember.
Is there any way
I'm just gonna
looking at it?
I gotta like go find his sheet though.
The holy symbol was a white dove.
Yeah, it was a lesser god. I remember that.
Yeah,
That's it.
and this is going to be a complicated answer to begin with.
Well, because yeah, technically that's who he served, but it was a
Yeah,
Neuralis,
Neuralis.
which was a I feel like Claire's been alive long enough. She probably knows quite a few of the gods.
Considering the one she follows is relatively fucking obscure.
Yeah. It was a watcher of souls. So, kind of like a god of death, but like a lesser, more minor version.
Mhm.
The guided souls more than anything. Usually an elven god.
So that's something she would identify.
Mhm.
I see.
I just know that this did not. He was still a cleric after, but for different energies. I don't know the entire story. I don't know exactly everything that happened. I just know that after vampirism, things kind of got a little weird. Weird is
imagine.
putting it nicely.
Focus.
We can focus? Fuck. Sorry, had to. But
Mhm.
it was a tad funny to me.
Absolutely.
I can imagine one serving under a gatekeeper, as it were.
Really makes sense.
She's just observing.
Fair. And looking over to Julius, you mentioned being a warlock, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You mind if I ask who you serve?
A little weird, technically an ancient wizard. Not so much serve, just he helps me out.
I see, and would you see them as a positive influence or a negative one?
I'd say I'm pretty positive when he's, focused.
Are we talking Fey levels of chaos or just chaos in general?
Did you guys know about that secret library in Celestia?
Would she?
Technically, yes, because I feel like that's something Gladius would have been trying to guard or keep safe because of
Yeah.
ancient magic shit. It's one of those wizards.
I see.
Just think younger one. So I guess chaotic in general.
Just kind of nod. Looking at Harx. And do you have anything to ask? Or anything you would...
Not particularly, to be honest. I mean, I'm simple enough. I'm a warlock. Changeling. Well, mother was changeling, father was... kind of points around the castle. Elf. One of these elves.
I see.
I know very little about them.
If you'd like, I can share what I know of them.
He shakes his head.
As you wish. And also thank you, because I don't know jack shit about those as a player.
But just go ask one of them. That might get pushed later, we'll see.
Yep.
Oh god, is it Zach's turn?
Yes, it is actually, as she turns to look at him. What about you?
He kind of looks at Reyan like, what should I say?
Just kind of like small shrug, but just smile like whatever you'd like.
Is it okay? Type it like he says it.
Yeah.
I'm a Fey dragon?
She'll just nod, like most, like, not really much reaction, it's just like, no, I acknowledge this. This is a thing I've acknowledged.
Just like, I'm
There
gonna
was-
have to make mental note and study that. What is that?
Well, not even that, like, she knows what a dragon is. She could assume the Fae, like, there's a Fae for everything.
That's true.
See that salad? Fae salad.
Yeah.
Also, it might try to kill you.
Yeah. It probably explains why he's like, well, I'll defend myself.
Any questions, concerns?
think of at this time, at least.
I see. Yeah, she would look to Mihi at this point, like seeing just like she's still lost, so she. Right, and not to leave you out, but I feel more time is needed there.
We should probably either head back to the house or Harx, if you're gonna have time to go get your thing, you should probably go do that.
Full instruction, so can have them start on it. Get up in the morning before we leave.
Alright, yeah. Julius is ready to get the fuck out of this room.
Harx something. Like I said, Harx just observing most of this. He only had to cut in and say things when he too.
He's just glad there weren't certain things brought up that he would have had to try to figure out to explain.
Yeah, it's fine.
Everybody was uncomfy and just waiting for the thing that was going to set the entire room off.
This is not the first bomb she's had to defuse.
So yeah. Does everyone go with the Harx, or is it just like the others will head back to the village that the other changelings were in? What are we doing? Where were we at?
Flap is most likely going to follow Harx, although Claire would request Reyan stay back for a little bit.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. If they want to be alone, Zach will wait outside the room. But that is up to them.
She would request Reyan alone, but she's going to leave that open. Reyan would prefer Zach's hung out.
If it needs to be a private conversation, he'll, like, make sure Zach's okay with it, and then go from there.
He will leave, I'm just saying. He needs to be told this.
Yes. Yeah, just the, hey, it won't take us too long. If it does take us longer than necessary, come knock on the door. Kind of thing.
Unless Harx wants him to, Julius will probably head back towards the village then.
That's fine.
Since Mihi is going with him. He just doesn't want Harx to be alone.
That's fair.
But it is late, guys. It is very late.
Yeah. But for the Reyan thing, that will be the background. There can be background.
Yay!
That can be background. You guys may talk. Yes. I will probably, obviously, chime in if Zach says anything, but other than that...
Yeah.
There might be another background thing that happens. We'll see.
Oh, good.
Well, I find what little notes I made on at least two solo encounters I prepped for.
Unless Mihi wants to have a conversation with Harx, then we might have 3, but, you know.
I got plans for Mihi. It's fine.
Oh, good.
That's disturbing and scary.
Yeah.
Anyways, Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you to all the lurkers in the raid that we got. I was not paying any attention. Did anybody shout them out?
I forgot. I
Oh,
meant to
yeah.
do that. God dang it. Hold on. Wait. I'll open it back up real
Hold
fast.
on, I got it. I got it.
Yeah. Talkinator.
She's a sweetheart.
Oh my goodness, I gotta spell your name. Okay. There we go.
Taco's a sweetheart.
Sorry, I pay attention. I'm a professional.
Yes, sure. Mm-hmm.
Please go check them out, everybody. And thank you guys again for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Good night. We're all gonna go die and pass out.
Yep. Good
That's
night.
what you think. I will live